Good morning! This is Seeker the Scuff coming to you live with The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Oh, it's been so long since we played an Ace Attorney game here. Hello, Noir. You only have 4 coins, because I forgot to mix that up last time. But that's fine. Anyways, it's been so long, and I am so excited to be here with you guys today. We are going to be getting through this entire first chapter today. Does not matter how long it takes. In fact, I kind of hope it takes a long time. But yeah, it's been a long time, and I am very excited. Now, I don't know much about this game, because this is one of the newest ones. Came out in 2021 on the Switch, the PS4, I think, and the PC. So this one's not on the DS, so I never really had a chance to get it. I know. Well, don't worry, we'll be lost together, because I also know this one is not at all about the original cast. I think it's a prequel of sorts. The only real thing I know about this game is that it contains a character who looks like Edgeworth but is not, and I think he's a vampire. So with that being said, I have anything else to talk about today? I feel like I did. I felt like I did, but I guess not. Oh, I do actually. So I was looking in the game settings before stream started, and there's no... Yeah, vampire. I think there's a vampire character. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I looked in the game settings, and there was no audio mixer option, right? I can't change the volumes of the sounds independently. In fact, I can't change them at all. It's only on or off. Presumably because this was a Switch game, and the Switch has just an audio... Well, I don't know, actually. I don't know why they did that. I've noticed a lot of games recently have done that, and I'm not really a fan of it. But yeah, if the game is way too quiet or way too loud, you guys will have to tell me. I haven't turned it off right now, but I'm about to turn the game volume on for you guys. Now, the title music should be decently volumed. I don't know how to really explain it. Yeah, let me know if I need to adjust it as we go, because I can't really check it back until we are well into it and the actual audio starts to play. So let's start, shall we? Let's start. It's been a long time since I've done voices, so I'm probably going to lose it tonight. That's fine. That's why we're only doing the one Ace Attorney this week.
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far
Oh, okay. We're taking place right after the gun diplomacy bit. I don't remember what that time period is actually called.
Life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was...
Oh my god, also I just realized there's actual narration. Normally these opening things I have, like, they're completely silent, or I had to read it. But we do have our first murder, of course. Every trial has to be one of these. Oh, is it going to tell me who it is immediately? No, this looks like the protagonist, right?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era...
No, wait, maybe not?
...of an extraordinary story.
It is! It's the guy on the box. Okay, so we're not an attorney, I don't think. We are trying to defend ourselves? The Adventure of the Great Departure. Okay, this is already very different, and I'm excited, to say the least. Also, full 3D. Oh. The, Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber number 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be not just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber? It's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Wait, whoa. He's going to the Supreme Court immediately? Now, I know that after the Americans busted into Japan... No, actually, no, they didn't restructure it, actually. That happened after World War II. So I actually don't know what the Supreme Court's role is at this point in time. Faceless Garden? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Oh, okay. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh. Okay, sorry. I was a bit thrown off by that. In the other games, Phoenix Wright's Japanese name is Naruhodo, because it means I understand. I was a bit thrown off that they're actually using that name here. But I guess this is like his ancient descendant or something, or maybe just a completely other guy. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Never understood why cops call people murderers in that way. It's probably because it's their job, I guess, or maybe because people with a strong sense of justice end up in that profession, usually. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! Oh, wait, that's a different character. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Ooh, my lawyer. Based on the past, I'd say we have a 50-50 chance that this guy's evil. A lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. Oh, right, I forgot. We're using, like, Ace Attorney history. So, I guess maybe, how to say, maybe it is already been Americanized, like their court system. Because, like, obviously the whole attorney's badge thing in that situation doesn't exist in real life. And also the other games take place in not quite Japan, not quite America. So I guess I should just assume it's been Americanized already, for the sake of the audience. Like, I guess he's evil. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I said 50-50 because I'm not sure. His design is very heroic, very noble, very samurai. And yet, I seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha 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 ha! Oh, there you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? No, of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know your innocence, Ryunosuke. I don't know, this guy's... He is giving me evil vibes. You're guessing it'll be a double twist? He's gonna open up and be nice? Yeah. I'm thinking he's gonna be a similar situation to, the older Gavin from Apollo Justice, the 4th game. The first one we did here on the channel, actually. Oh, I don't think you were around for that one. But yeah, that game also opens up with you having a lawyer to help you, because you're actually his assistant in that time. And then he turns out to be very evil, despite coming off as very nice at the start. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his 2nd year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I am. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyways. Yeah, Gavin was great. I think you would have liked him. The younger Gavin, because they were brothers. Gavin's their last name. I don't remember their first names. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yeah, that's when all this started. Oh, wait, we've already had 3 days? Oh, this is our last day in court then, right? Or unless it doesn't count because they didn't start it yet? Actually, yeah, I guess so. In fact, they might not even have the 3-day rule yet. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get this to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So, you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the... Oh, whoa, what? Excuse me. the British, based on the pictures. Oh, you don't feel how you feel about him? Yeah. So the younger Gavin was he was like a rock star, and he was a lawyer. He had the qualifications to be a lawyer, but he did his music thing mostly, and he did come off as being very prideful of himself, rightfully so. And there definitely were characters who did not like that part of him, but he was also rather charming. Or at least I found him to be that way, because he's a bit goofy, not in the like gag sense, but in the sense that he doesn't really care if people are watching whenever he's doing whatever he's doing. Anyways, that's a big surprise here. British Empire. Yeah, that's really weird. Who? So it's not the really okay. I'm sorry. When did the British get to Japan before anyone else? Hold on. Because what? I'm sorry. Because it was like the Portuguese who got into here first, and then the Dutch, and then the British, and then the United States opened it up to everyone else, I think. So this is a bit of a weird choice. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Wait a second, hold on. Because there were steamboats. Like long-distance steamboats in the opening. So this can't actually have... So this has to be after the Portuguese. It has to be after the Dutch. It should be after... It should be after America, right? Okay, hold on, let me bot that bot. That really threw me off. I'm sorry. Wow, that's a really weird choice. Really, really weird. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Oh, he's 100% evil. He's called me partner. And he is not like a Kamina type character, at least not yet. He could turn around, but I don't think he's going to. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Who is this? Okay, big old man. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yeah, thanks, Kazuma. Okay, 2 new characters. They seem like they're going to be sticking around for a while, considering our protagonist is a student. I know, partner is so evil. It's so evil. I mean, there are a small set of cases where it can work. Like I mentioned a second ago, if the character is very obviously based off of or behaves like Kamina from Gurren Lagann, that would work, right? Because the thing is, that's not exactly a rare trope, because Kamina is a really phenomenal character, and even more so, he's iconic. Because there are not necessarily clones of him, because it's very hard to clone him and make it feel good, but there's a lot of inspiration from him. That's kind of his thing, is being inspiring. But yeah, this guy definitely does not have that going, so I think he's evil. This is awkward. If I may... yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikutaba. Well, Mikutoba, actually. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Miko Toba. I've heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Cosmo's studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Really? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. Okay, semi-high stakes. I still think he's evil. I think this is supposed to be trying to get you to care more about him. Also, I always get thrown off when I receive that in a sentence. I know it's correct, but it's still weird. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. Ooh, hold on. Actually, there's a second possibility. It could also be that we are going to overtake him and become... Wait, no. Okay, so we will overtake him, right? Because he's either evil and we're going to defend ourselves properly and get attention, or he is going to actually be a partner and we're going to overtake him and defend ourselves and get attention. Right? Defending ourselves is not an option here. It's going to happen. But whether or not he's evil will determine how the remaining chapters go. Because if he's evil, we lock him away. Pretty easy to deal with. We can we probably can't write him out of the story, because he seems to be somewhat important to our boy here. But if he's not, he could be our partner. That'd be a bit weird, because he's not going super into the all-positive personality type, so I don't know if he would support us through that. Or at least not without jealousy. Okay, hold on. We'll keep the analysis for later. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving you're innocent will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry, what do you mean? You'll soon understand, once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest you doing anything like... Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! The court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem that our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Oh my god, he is evil. Okay, this guy just confirmed it. He already solved the whole case. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? You got to moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you, anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Okay. Oh, autosave. 22nd November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature? Judicature? I said this word earlier. It's such a strange one, though. I've not really had to say that before. Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. Oh. Are we on the opposite side than usual? I think we are. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the looks of those people in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Oh, it's still a gallery, no jury. I mean, I guess that makes sense. The jury didn't come around in universe until a lot longer. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god, it's him! It's him! My boy! Oh, get the judge off my screen. Actually, I don't have any ill will towards this one. But did you see him? He was there for a second. Pain. Or at least a descendant of him. Or, not descendant, ancestor of Pain. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellence. That's not the voice I gave him, it's fine. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his... What? Oh. Oh, look at him. He's so nervous. I saw it earlier. I just need to point it out now that we actually saw it. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Oh, it's such a foolish decision. Never do that in real life, by the way. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means that you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? I know. I mean, yeah, obviously that's ideal, is not having to even have the choice to defend yourself. Anyway, look at him! It's Pain! His name is Aoichi now, though. Very different. But he is still exactly the same. I guess he's a top knot now. That's different. Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered.
Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous of crimes indeed.
As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of the Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo?
Yes, Your Excellency.
It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken.
Oh, that sounds like a tutorial to me. My competence? What does that mean?
He's questioning your ability to do the job.
Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am.
So, let's start with the very simplest of questions.
Yes.
Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
Well, that's easy. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again?
Ryunosuke? Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank.
You know me so well.
All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record.
But I can't even find that.
It's the pile of stuff right in front of you, my guy. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of right button. Ignore the fourth wall breaks. We need to explain this to the player. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there.
I just had to press right button for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose.
This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with right button.
Oh, I wanted to look at stuff, but I guess not.
Oh, we have a badge though. That's nice. Continuing the tradition. You'll find the details about the victims in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. I can't look at it yet. Okay. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now. Okay, yeah, I know. Can I look at the other part? No, not yet. Okay, well, we can read this. Kazuma is 26, apparently. Oh, not 26, I'm sorry, 23. He looks a bit younger than that, but I guess he is nearly graduated from university. Eugene Mikotopa, 42. Authority in forensic medicine. So I assume his daughter is going to come with us. Because you think, I imagine that we're going to be leaving Japan, right? And because we're going to get attention, we're going to overshadow our friend here, probably put him in jail. We're probably going to go travel in his place, and I imagine Mikotoba's daughter is going to come with us as our detective. Takesuchi Auchi, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes of the Cultural Reformation have brought about. I see. And then John H. Wilson, 47, victim of the case, visiting a professor of medicine from the British Empire. Okay. Yes! Oh, come on. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Heh. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. I'm sorry, is that a real thing? I'm not especially caught up on Japanese history, on account of not living or going to Japan. Hold on, I'm looking that up. What's it called? Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Look at it, even autofills. Oh, it is a real one. Oh, 1894. Oh, you know, that's why it seems so weird to me. Because that's the time period that I'm really not familiar with. Because I have like a vague idea of the history of Japan. But yeah, the weird bit between opening up to outside world and world wars is a bit foggy for me. So that's what's happening here. Good to know. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. You know, I was about to bring it up, but I noticed previously that they keep bringing up Western influence and how people are not, like they're kind of mixed on it. So I'm wondering if that's going to be a big theme of this game, because if we're staying in Japan, it absolutely will be. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. And you picked up a gun. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Ooh, wow, I read that one weird. Oh, it's the first time, though, I've commented on saying something weird. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So, I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Okay, are we only gonna get bits and pieces then? Because we know we're innocent, right? This guy's in the box, and he's on the box of the second game. And, you know, being on the box of a game does not necessarily mean that they are a good guy, even if they're a protagonist. Because there certainly have been bait and switches in other games I've played. But I don't think it's going to be the case for Naruhodo here. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? I actually have that as well, don't I? I haven't read this yet. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot wound to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body, which means it got lodged inside of it. Any additional information? Single bullet fired at close range, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma, no exit wound. You got it. State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously, that was, Ryunosuke, assigned for more tutorial. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, and select present. Do it now. Yes. Oh, I hate that he says yes. I hope that he, like, changes it when he grows a spine. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to a gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here, in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime.
You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion.
Indeed. Is there anything else here that might be notable? No, not really.
In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Well, very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Oh? Certainly, Your Excellency.
Oh, right. He's just being really traditional and performative.
So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then.
I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind.
The professor? You don't mean Dr. Mikotoba?
Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant.
Of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial.
He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Oh, wow, he is super evil. I've never seen a more evil man in my life.
Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma.
Actually, I say that, but no. No, the older Gavin was actually way more evil than this guy. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control his cold sweats.
Only if you can rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first.
Alright. Oh, a waiter. Okay.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please.
Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh, I assume this is like anime blood from the mouth, not serious blood from the mouth. Also, I just realized I'm not going to be able to tell any of the puns in the names other than Naruhodo, because I don't know Japanese.
Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some,
It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Oh, okay, it's anime blood from the mouth then. Unless he decides to, like, pass out and die later, I guess.
Well, it really should, As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago.
Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident.
At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please.
Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied.
That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place.
It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up the gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
See, and this is the issue with defending yourself, is that you're not saying, oh, my client didn't do that. You're saying, oh, I didn't do that, and it sounds like you're being really desperate.
I believe I asked you to refrain from your petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite from him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed, right? I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Yes, give him a big loud objection. Oh, still no objection. We'll get it eventually. This yes is definitely a placeholder. It has to be. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonoga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of the events is hazing? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. This is a very rough diagram. It's so different than the one we're used to. Usually they're so clean, because they've been made by the police department. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Oh, actually, okay. I think that our friend, our partner here, might actually be innocent. Because this guy wrote this on the back of his business card. That's very, very relevant. This series has a history with writing things on the back of important documentation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. This isn't evidence that he was sitting alone, it's just a diagram. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. No, I feel like this guy got shot, right? I mean, I know there was no exit wound, which means it was either a very small gun, a very large man, or it had already gone through something. So I think it might have gone through this guy and into the other guy. Maybe he got shot by the woman? What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Do I have it yet? I can check. No, I've only had the photograph. Something clearly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card. Yes, please let me look at it. I would love to look at it. So... The court has now heard a precis of the case. Aoichi's using a lot of words I don't know. Can I look at the back? Hold on, I have a magnifying glass. Ooh, this is new. Hold on, let me take a look around this item. Now, he said he wrote on the back of his business card. I don't think... It looks like... I can't flip it over right now, so that's not especially important. And unfortunately, I can't read Japanese, so I don't know if the characters written here are important or not.
Though I will say, it does kind of look like you drew this on the front of his business card, not the back. Magnifying glass has revealed a whole lot of nothing. Notably, this right here. This is part of a character. Maybe this one. Can see character. This line here is not drawn like the rest of them. So that might actually be important. Yeah, because you can see this one's drawn on top. These other ones were drawn below. In fact, there's this weird line here in the middle. I don't know what's up with that. Oh, this would be a really great time to know a language that I don't know. Also, you can see, like imprints from his business card on the other side that looks like they bled through a little bit. You can see a flower here in the corner. I wonder how that's going to come up. Probably whenever we figure out that we are able to flip over paper. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Oh, actually, hold on. I had another idea. In fact, I was actually about to bring up black and white before he said that. The photo. I don't think that's powder. I think that's blood. Like, from the person. I think it... I'm really leaning into this theory that he came up with a lot. But I think it went through the waiter, and then the blood splattered on this guy before the bullet went in. And we're just assuming it's like powder because it's black and white. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Won't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to now throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. No. No, they're bound to prove not guilty no matter what, actually. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need to argue with the make-believe lawyers. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive the evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecution Aoichi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, call me a saint. Many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Witnesses plural? Are we going to get more than one of them at once? Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Oh, it is more than one at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ieyasu Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the
efflorescence nation of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Korekuta, at your service. Oh, well, you know, I get that pun. Curio, as in, like, a peculiar object. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners that at the other table the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Alright, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? An affirmative. The enemy... Hold on, is he no saw? Because he said he's not gonna... He didn't see anything? Is that it? That might be the pun. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, I heard it. It sounded like a baby, actually. I thought it was like something I had running in the background. So, this is decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. There's no evidence here, only 2 witnesses. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yeah. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear from your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. You heard it. Oh my god, it is a baby. Look, the thing tied around him in the front. It's the straps for a baby carrier on the back. I mean, it's not an actual baby carrier, but it's probably swaddled back there. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Wait, are we gonna get 2 of them at once, really? Or are they just going to go back and forth? I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At the precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Oh, well, that's the lie right there. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yeah, all I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought that perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down and just as I was picking it up... Oh, 2 weapons then? Maybe. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there is a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is in my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. I hate that he says yes, still. Also, we're going to go on our first break soon, because we are actually going to do the hourly breaks this time around. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its rights to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? He has an objection. Why can't I? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire that gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just the case of proving it. And the key of doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Is there actually going to be a gay reason for the headband? I don't think there's going to be a reason for the headband. I think it's just part of his design, because they wanted to have it like flowing in the wind. Let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. They could, like, if it turns out that Kazuma is evil, I could very easily see this as a situation where we take the headband for ourselves and, like, wear it on our arm or something. And that could happen. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Okay. Now, there's not really going to be any good spots to stop and take the break. But because we already solved this one, we're going to do it now, actually. So, hold on. Break time screen. Where is that? Oh, I need OBS. I have so many tabs open. Break time. Oh, okay, the whole partner thing. I don't know. I think they might have just said partner. Like, they might turn it around and make him a good guy. And just had to be really suspicious at the beginning. But yeah, hold on. We'll go on break, and we'll come back in a few minutes, because I need to stretch, like, get him in stretch, because just sitting here and reading the whole time is going to make me tired if I don't take breaks. So, see you guys in a few minutes.
Alright, I'm back, That was a short break, but I didn't really need a long one. I will say, though, it's really nice to do that, because my fingers were popping. Quite a lot, actually. So, I've been at my desk a lot today, working on some stuff. Anyways, now that I actually am back and my glasses no longer have a smudge on them, I can actually read your things properly. I don't think it's going to be a gay thing with a partner. The Ace Attorney series is definitely known for having homoerotic tension, to say the least. But yeah, I think the partner thing is going to be platonic. You put your headphones on the exact moment I came back? Oh, how coincident. Oh, I guess, yeah, how coincidental. Like you said. Back in, right. The soldier lied. He's called Nosa because he saw nothing. And I can't skip the text here, oddly enough. I have to let it scroll through. I think there's a text skip option in the settings I didn't turn on. Let me see. I could text skip, yeah? Okay, I'll turn that on. I don't... I could accidentally do this. Do you know how exactly long the stream is? The stream is going to be at least as long as this trial. And I looked it up. First trial, estimated time was 3 hours and 40 minutes, according to a Reddit post. But because we're reading it all out loud, it'll probably be 4 to 5 hours. So long stream, long stream. Anyway, there, this one. Present here. Oh, also look, we already have the option to press if we wanted to. Now let's see, photograph, please. Oh, I still hate that he says yes. What? What are you playing at, cadet? Might need to go early then? Mom has offered to take you to a thrift store trip? You really need new jars? Oh yeah, don't worry, I don't blame you, Go get those jars. And besides, the VODs always exist if you are really curious. What is the meaning of this subordination? Subordination? What do you mean, insubordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Heh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There's no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It shouldn't be more plain. Or it couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma? What? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iyesa Nosa. Oh, hold on, I said that really weird. Iyesa Nosa. The bosses aren't the same. They really aren't the same. Yeah, I know. Yeah, hold on. Iyesa Nosa. I need to say that properly. I mean, he's only going to be a one-off character, but still. Sergeant Iyesa Nosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes. Well, military-grade doesn't mean good, you know. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadets? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Well, the baby's here. What
What the? What was that? Somebody just popped it from behind his back and he pushed it down again. Certainly. This is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court had heard had proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesa Nosa, did not see the defendant firing his gun at all. Also, I must say, the music is nice, don't get me wrong, but this definitely doesn't feel like intense courtroom music. This feels more like just like setting the stage kind of thing. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah. Why just get a Steam achievement? Oh, successfully present evidence in the first cross-examination. Okay. There's been a complete turnaround in the mood of this trial, just from the one discrepancy. Also, turnabout. That's a word that we use a lot in this game series. So this is what being an ace attorney is all. Okay, so I briefly mentioned, very briefly, mentioned that they use the word turnabout as like a callback, but then they immediately say ace attorney. Okay, that's really funny. I think they only say that like the phrase ace attorney one time, or like in one case in the original trilogy, and it's because you're talking with a guy who calls himself the ace detective. I know, I got confused too. I didn't realize that achievement sounds would actually play during this, because they weren't playing in the other one, I don't think. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, but what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoey Era Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket. To place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military men that I offered my Hoey treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoey treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoey Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Maybe the baby stole it. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony of the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aoichi? Tush, tush. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled the tiger at the front gate, but he will find the wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. I'll waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, Teen Shun! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. I like the pinwheel. That's nice. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishmen. Over and out. So the lady had already left then. You really want to get small pinwheels put on your room? I know, I love how they look. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Ooh, hold on. So is this after the body was removed? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Let me take a look at the other one. You know, just do some cross-examination. Oh, hold on. I have a magnifying glass here as well. I mean, it's not important right now at all. But, I mean, it's cool that we have it. Now, we can't actually see... Oh, actually, no, we can see this. This meat has been had bites taken out of it already. Just as this one has. Well, actually, no, we can't see those bites, but we can see that's uneven, I guess. There's blood on the knife. Actually, that might be sauce from the steak. 3 flowers, a corked bottle of wine, and a glass. No, we can't see if the bottle's corked here. Can't see the knife either. Surprisingly, we can't really cross compare these two, can we? As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anybody else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw the woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true.
I saw her. I couldn't. Yeah, I noticed that. I was gonna bring it up, but I couldn't tell if the liquid had gone down or not because the photo's too grainy. Yeah, I couldn't tell. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takesuichi Aoichi, would have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The church is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Okay, I think this is one they're going to want me to press something, because they haven't told me about that yet, right? Let's see. It's not almost the same thing. Pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, the young man in black. That much I myself did see. I mean, you don't really have anything I could use to argue against that, do I? No. Oh, that's the wrong button. Let's see, let's see. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that they were the only personnel present. Does the waiter not count? Maybe not. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Dining by himself. A bottle of carbonated... Okay, they can't say it's alcohol, but it definitely is. And a steak lunch. Yeah, it does look like this one has an empty bottle. Not bottle, glass, sorry. I mean, there's two chairs there. No one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched him. I'm thinking maybe we present the photo here because there's two chairs. Yes. But first let's press. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So, the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beefsteak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Now, I also have no idea. Hold on. This one's actually got me. Why would they all be lying? Does it perhaps have something to do with this? Let me look. This is wrong. This is wrong. It says this says there's 4. Oh, I hit the wrong button. This is the looping dialogue. Skip through it. Yeah, that card depicts 4 chairs at the table. But there's only 2. Also, yeah, they're just telling me to press. I expected that to be the case. So I'm going to present this. Wait, no, I can't. I can't, no, because that'd be... I'm trying to compare two pieces of evidence, but that's not going to work. Because, yeah, it's wrong. But I can't just say that these two are inconsistent with each other. Okay, I guess I'll just have to press all these statements then. We'll start with the one that seems relevant. This one. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Yes. You must have noticed someone else at Mr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. I read that one really weird. Yeah, I know, he is just allowed to have a knife. To be fair though, it's not the worst thing. I think the only game where they really cared about what people brought into the courtroom was the first two. Because in the first game, one of the points of they made it like a kind of a big deal that someone was allowed to bring a camera into the courtroom because it was a child and they refused to speak if they didn't have their camera with them. And in the second game, they briefly were upset that Franziska had a whip, but then Franziska whipped the judge and he just sort of backed down. So yeah, I guess people are just allowed to have whatever they want, as long as it's not a gun. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her too. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. Oh, God. Hata? As in, like, the ancestor to the Hati Clinic? Oh, I hate that place. It's always the worst. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So, the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit the evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, if I can get another look at it, I think I can think of something. Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Now, should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted? Yes, 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 do it. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. Also, I find it very funny how he keeps raising his hand as though he's trying to be called in class. The thing is, I know that's really baked into some people. I've seen it happen. In, like, my first year of uni, People were constantly doing that. And the teachers did not, or the professors rather, kept telling people, don't do that, just talk. It was really interesting.
On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend.
Oh, shut up, Payne.
Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record.
Thank you. This will be most important. Let me read it right now. Oh, I can't read it. Oh. Okay, fine. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first.
Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korekuta-san.
Korekuta? Oh, that's the name of the curio man. Okay. Now, can I read it now? No, I can't. I just have a medical report card that cannot be read. How interesting. When you say it was found in his pocket, he does have... Well, he doesn't have a chest pocket, so it's not there. I think we've read this one. Press this one, I guess.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? Oh, what did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you had failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. Hold on, can I look at something? No, I cannot. I was about to open this up in the magnifying glass. Let me just wait really close to the screen for a second. Because I want to see those characters. No, they're different than the other one. I was wondering if maybe these two had something in common, like maybe it's written on the back. I mean, the stamp might have something. But I doubt it. I mean, unless we are looking at the actual imprints we can see here. But I don't think that's it. Okay, back to normal position. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Okay, what do I do from here then? Oh, okay, it was a press everything situation. Got it. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Okay, I hate when they don't let me read things. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? Oh, okay. Yeah, they're just gonna tell me how to examine. I don't need to read that. Yeah. I've already done this before. Not with the 3D piece, but I know how to do it. Also, I like the new reticle. Alright, there we go. Tutorial's thoroughly skipped. Now let's see what we... Ooh. There's a fold in the back. I can't read it, of course, because I don't know Japanese. There's a number at the bottom. Oh, hold on. Oh, it translates if I hover over something. Dentist Hada Clinic. Oh, he was at the dentist. Dates unspecified. We have a record number. Can I translate the stuff on the front? Medical report card required for every visit. Mr. John Wilson at the Hada Clinic. Okay, let me open it up. Oh, was he not able to eat? This stamp at the brings back memories rather not remember? Oh, how so? I mean, I guess if you don't want to remember, I won't dig into it. That's another thing to have memories from. Anyways, they said that he, how to say? He's gone to the dentist. So I don't think he's able to eat right now. Anyway, this is the most recent entry. Let's read it. Oh, wow. Maybe he is a good guy. He has a whole cutout. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and here's the entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yeah, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure, until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Did they? Oh, papers, please. Oh, yeah. Papers. You brought that up before. I did look into it a bit, and I saw the stamping thing. Did he get shot before he came in? Or, like, he get shot at a different time? Because if they're using laughing gas in the late 1800s, they probably super overdosed him, right? I mean, maybe not. They were pretty precise with the 3 hours. But he might be, like, completely out of it. In fact, he 100% is completely out of it. I don't know how he's walking around less than an hour after getting laughing gas and having a tooth pulled out. That's kind of crazy, actually. Like, people don't even use laughing gas these days that much at all. I mean, it does get used, but it's not a common thing, because it really knocks you out. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So, I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Now, let's see. Bum 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 bum. Let's see, which one was it? Dining all by himself, you say? Well, that can't be true. Because he can't eat.
Yes!
Well, I think, about what are you withering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you had to choose between your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice. Korikuta-san. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And, I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written in this report card with your witness statement, something clearly just doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may be or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Yeah, Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies in this court have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetuated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Oh, that was supposed to be an outburst? Okay. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just, what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written right up. It's all written up right here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Kuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Okay, you know, I'm starting to feel like... This is the second time you said partner. I'm starting to think that you might actually be a good guy. It's only slightly, though. What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just take a look at this photographic evidence. As you can clearly see, the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yeah, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? You can't tell if you like the old guy? He looks creepy. I mean, he does look creepy, but I don't think he is creepy. I just think he's caught up in whatever conspiracy is going on here. The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... obviously, it can only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witnesses' testimonies are unreliable. Man, I'm stumbling, huh? If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Isn't that right? Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What? Now, what are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you are deliberately lying when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! I wonder what is going on here, though. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentleman. That's what they, told us. Who told you? Who told you? The prosecution, maybe? Oh. What? What did you just say, Kokuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders. Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Oh, what is the meaning of all this? Oh, it's not the prosecution. Was it the waiter? The waiter might have been it. Okay, so here's the possibilities. Who could tell them not to do that? There's either a grand government conspiracy going on, or it's probably Yakuza, right? One of the two? I mean, they call them a gentlewoman. So it has... I mean, I guess it could just be a regular low-down conspiracy. But someone's threatening them. What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements. Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? What? Well, that's classified. So, you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't... This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoichi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Oh, really? We're gonna completely ignore the Yakuza angle? Okay. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So, we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? But how? Oh, how can we possibly... Remember how we made a progress before? Before, we examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result.
Oh, it's the business card. Oh, yeah. I always am a bit miffed about how people are allergic to turning over paper in this series. Admittedly, that only happened a few times, and it's just that they happen so close together is all. Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence that we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything, and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Oh, but please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. Let me read this first. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, now we know who it is. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is, Yes! Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. Oh, if he truly were. Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about the Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. Yes. I'm not sure what this is supposed to prove, Counsel. I think, Your Excellency, that what this proves is not the true nature of the waiter, but the true nature of the accused. Sorry? A blackguard who would stoop to presenting irrelevant evidence to incriminate an innocent man. That is the true nature of this rookie. What? Wait, did I give them the wrong thing? I'm sorry. What? I presented the business card, right? Did I miss? Do I have to present the other side? No, I can't present specific parts of it. Maybe I just clicked the wrong thing. Yes. Oh, no, it's just not it. Okay. That's really odd, then. Why did it not show up? Did I need to, like, interact with it in here? To change, to update the profile? Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... Oh god, I hate that. I actually had to interact with it in order to make it update. Okay, well, I got it right. I just skipped a step. Yes. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree that it shows a great deal of attention to detail. Not really, there's too many chairs. But I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's it's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes. It's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession.
a waiter's profession, but that's surely... good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand... Was it in fact the waiter who gave you the orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... No... Oh, hold it. From someone who doesn't have a voice line? Is the waiter here? Or Hosonaga-san? Hello, Hosonaga. Inspector Hosonaga? 3 people on the stand at once? Oh, that's crazy. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a waiter? Of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well, then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the 2 witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was... Oh my god, my ears! Oh, hello, Ches Cock W. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I'm just going to call you Cheese. Oh, yeah, Cheese, that's what it is. But hello, Cheese. We're going through Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney, for the first time. It's a great deal of fun so far. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, I don't have the shoutout command set up. Oh, that was something I was supposed to do. Okay, well, shout out to you, because I can't actually do that yet. I forgot to set that up. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Anyway, how's your day going? If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you require these witnesses to be in an agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. You know, I still think he got shot, right? Because there's no way that he would have the whole coughing blood thing and have it be completely irrelevant. Unbelievable! As I suspected. Oh, okay, just a long pause. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim was the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed was to be an Englishwoman. You don't really have to guess that, do you? So, the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off... Whoa! Oh, and thank you for the follower as well. Now. Oh, what did it... Oh, wait, no, that's not a follow, that's a raid. Wait, you raided twice. Oh, did you mess it up the first time? Hello, hello. Did you, raid incorrectly? Yes, thank you for the raid, thank you for the raid. I guess I'll say my things again.
You're with 4 people, but they left? Oh, I see, I see. Well, that's fine. Hold on. Oh, it looked like a bot got brought in, so let me get rid of them. I missed yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that you, didn't show up properly. I thought for a second that maybe you got caught in an ad or something, which shouldn't be the case. I think I have those turned off. Oh, Noir, you're here too still. Like, your ping spiked. That might be like a thing on my end, because my internet isn't the greatest, but it shouldn't be too bad while we're playing Ace Attorney. But yeah, since you're actually here now, we're playing Ace Attorney, the Great Ace Attorney, for the first time. Great deal of fun so far, and we're going to be going for quite a bit longer. So I hope you guys enjoy your stay. What are you guys up to? And while I wait for you to type, I'll keep talking. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. Oh my god, I'm muted. How long have I been muted? How long have I been muted? Oh, please tell me I haven't been muted for so long. How long was that been? Have I not been talking this whole time? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. When did that happen? When I went to drink water? I shouldn't have hit the pot. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Oh, I'm so sorry. A minute or so? Okay, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that. You're playing SOS OBS? I'm not familiar with that one. I just saw that one. That message. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that, guys. I was feeling good about what I was doing, too. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. I will say though, I really love this this track they're playing right now with the violin starting at the beginning. This one's great. You mean? When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the courtroom demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Zale Brett. Oh, I guess since I was muted, I should say thank you once again for reminding me to drink water, because I haven't done that yet. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. Oh, what is happening here? Oh wow, he's tall. Like, he's really tall. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. Oh wait, so then he's not the bad guy. Aye aye, thank you for collecting your daily. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows.
Thus far, the case presented to the course has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Oh my god, hold on. Are we gonna get an investigation section in the first chapter? I don't think it's happened before. Right? Because they all start and end in just one session.
But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom.
Oh my god! It's a good judge! Oh, praise be, praise be. Yes. Okay, a bit of backstory. I despise the judge in the first 6 games. Or not, I'm sorry, first five games. Because he's trash. He's terrible at his job. He's very incompetent. He gets slung around by the prosecution every case. But in the 6th game, the last one that we played from the main line, we had a phenomenal judge. We went to a different country. We met him. He was fantastic. We loved him. And then we kind of forgot about him for a while because we went and played the investigation games. And now that we're back here, I was kind of expecting to have another incompetent judge, but we don't. We have a good, competent one. And I'm so happy about that. Oh, I couldn't be happier.
Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way.
Oh wait, hold on. Does that mean that the bleeding from the mouth actually is not relevant? Is it actually just a character trait he has? I was still kind of banking on the bullet theory going through him, but maybe not.
Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening.
Okay. You know, I really like this trend they've been having recently of having, how to say, important first trials. I really have been. Because in the original trilogy, most of them were... No, okay, actually, hold on. I can't just say the original trilogy. In the first 2 games, and in... No, just the first 2 games, they really weren't important. And in the rest of the games, they were really easy for the most part. Because they're tutorials, right? But I really like when they make them important like this. I think that trend started in the 3rd game. In fact, I think the 3rd game does it phenomenally. Like, in the original trilogy, the 3rd game is by far the best. And the only reason I don't think it's the best game outright is because I really like the 4th and the 6th games. Oh, man, thinking about those just makes me so happy, because they were so good. I really wish I had gotten the chance to do the 3rd one here, but like I mentioned previously, I played it way back when, so I didn't want to just redo it since I knew everything was going to happen. But they set that one up so good, because I think like 3 out of the 5 trials in that game are all directly connected to each other. So you get a big overarching story. It's really nice.
Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I go through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Hold on, what is he a student for? Oh, he's just a student at the Imperial University. He didn't say specifically what for. I just kind of assumed that he was a student of law. But I guess not. Oh. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your Phantom Lady at last. Oh, yeah. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see anything of it. Because there's a partition in the way, right? I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up... Did she shoot over him, maybe? I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. Or maybe she shot through the wall. Hold on, where's the... I want to look at this diagram. I mean, she could have shot through the wall right here, because you have this partition. Because, look, this is the... Oh, wait, right, it translates if I cover over this. Kitchen. Oh, she doesn't even have to shoot through the partition. She could just shoot from the kitchen. There's a straight line there. Which means the investigators still could have done it, I guess. Oh, it's hard to say. Oh my god. They're making the first case actually difficult. Oh, I like that. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. I'm sorry, the waiter did that? Hold on. Oh, I don't have a text log. Oh, there it is. The waiter ran over to you, looking white as a sheet. Huh. I thought he would be more composed, considering he's a detective. Fast thinking by the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Okay, that's a really critical information to have. You got locked in the pantry, of all places. Okay. Oh, who's this? Oh, it's probably the old man. Aha, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. You know, the fact that Mikoto... That's his name, right? Mikoto? Oh, Mikotoba. Okay, I missed a bit. But the fact that Mikotoba is still being so vague about his statement, like his initial statement at least, still makes me have a little bit of suspicion about Kazuma. What are you saying, Kazuma? So, that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. the gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure this prosecution will use every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Oh, a critical piece of evidence, perhaps? Good luck, Kazuma-sama. I must say, it's a bit weird using honorifics like this, because I usually don't need to do that, because a lot of games just drop them. Well, I mean, okay, I say a lot of games. A lot of games that were professionally translated within the last 10 years drop them. Obviously, it was a different case for a lot of the fans translated stuff back in the day, but it's still a bit odd to me. I guess the reason it feels semi-normal is because I'm a Persona fan, and they use it there, so I'm really accustomed to hearing it. Yeah, I just wanted to note that for a second. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Oh, well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. I wonder, is there going to be a change in prosecution? They kept talking like that. Or, I guess Pain could just... Or, he's not called Pain in this one. Oh, I always forget his name, because he looks exactly like Pain. I guess he could just be more aggressive from now on. Okay, he's just going to be more aggressive. Got it. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What is his name in this one? I forget. Aoichi. Okay, I was close enough. I mean, I didn't say it out loud, but I was thinking something similar. Prosecutor Aoichi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under a rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. There's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation's founders... Excuse me, did you mean to say flounders there? Is that a typo? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations really is so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of our situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. How profound.
Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. I wonder if he'll ever shed that horrifying, not horrifying, but horrified expression he has. I would hope so. I don't want to stay a rookie forever. I enjoyed it with Phoenix and a bit with Apollo, but seeing them grow is always nice as well. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. I always forget he does that. Oh my. A very decorated hat. How would I word my description? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? Oh, is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? I love how they treat her like an all-powerful alien. It's really interesting. I love it. Also, I do like her design. I want to know what she's actually like now. Is she going to show her face? I mean, she has to at some point. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival. But yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. Weren't you going to go there in like less than a week? You probably should have been studying that. I mean, I guess you have a long time to study on board a ship. But still. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh, eyes are staying hidden? Oh, I like that. I love the masquerade mask. Oh, she's speaking English. Oh, that's actually really funny. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. You know, I kind of would have liked to see if I kind of want to know if this actually translates to something, or not translates, but like if they actually have the proper words and character numbers. Does no one here speak English? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but, what? Oh, no one here speaks English. Oh, that's great. That's great. I love that. It's been a long time since we had a language barrier. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled at Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you say, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Oh, I would love to find out if she's like cursing them out or something. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll probably do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Okay, go ahead, translate. I should probably make it. I should do a translating voice, shouldn't I? Oh, that would be. Yeah, we'll do that. What was there? Because I did that in the last time they did this. She says yes. This could take some time. So, even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. You know, last time we had a language barrier in this game, also the only other time, they just translated it. Well, they didn't translate it. They just put, like, random symbols there, so I just started making beeping noises. I think we'll do the same thing here. Interesting. And you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic prints? Seeing as you were, so unfortunately, present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of this wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Beep 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 beep. Apparently, it was very frightening and a sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in the courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Whoa, hold on, that's not right. Okay, so she is going to be a bad guy. I mean, I kind of assumed that, but I wasn't entirely sure. I thought she might be neutral. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh, you know what? Hold on. She could be neutral still, now that I'm thinking about it. Because, how to say? The language barrier. She could be having a genuine issue with that. Because she said she saw the person do it, right? And if we go back to our original theory that our buddy, our partner, what's his name? I always forget. No one calls him by his name. Kazuma Asogi. Yeah, if Kazuma is actually a bad guy, then she could be accusing him this whole time, and the language barrier is just stopping that from being communicated. So she could be neutral still. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Beep 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 beep. Oh? Okay. No. Now, are we going to have the beeps in the middle of this, or not? Beep, 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 beep. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Beep, 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 beep. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Oh my god, I think I was right. I think she is accusing the other person, and it's getting lost in the language barrier. Beep, 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 beep. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. I mean, she could have been carrying the gun. It was on the floor. This is a condemning piece of... No! I didn't have any sort of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you get goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. You had to do random noise for translating? You just start saying random things in your native language? I know, I was thinking of doing that as well, but then I realized I can't actually... Like, I'm not fluent enough in any one particular language other than English to actually just start making random stuff without getting like overly conscious about it. Because I mean, I could just start saying random words in other languages, but I would feel like I would start trying to actually put it into a sentence structure, and then I'd get lost in my own head trying to conjugate or something. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. What do you mean? There are so many places to conceal a firearm. Dresses are, like, one of the best things to conceal weapons in. They're so good at it. Look, she has that weird tail thing. She could put one in there. She could put one in her hat. She could put one under her hat. She doesn't have pockets, obviously. But she could put it in the underneath her skirt, right? Because it's a big poofy one. She could easily hide a firearm. Especially one as small as the one that we found. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Okay, yeah. Thank you for pointing out Ryunosuke, my beloved, my friend. You are smart. I love you. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. Oh, if only you were more up on your Western studies. You could request, like, a kilt or something and show how you can have, like, 20 knives hidden on your person while just walking around. You don't even have to put them on the inside of it. You can have them on the outside, just have the folds covering it. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, she smiled. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright. Now, I wasn't paying much attention the first time around, so let's see what we have. Arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson. That makes sense, because he had an appointment. The professor was unable to eat, so you ordered for yourself a beef steak. That makes sense, yes. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. That is very wrong.
Yes.
Oh god, I hate that he says yes. Please, switch up soon. I know you're going to do it at some point. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry. Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. You're supposed to translate for her, dummy. I know. I also wonder why she smiled as well. I feel like it might be intentionally misleading. But, yeah, Hosonaga, you're supposed to translate for me. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Aoichi, you stupid simp. Wasn't your whole thing adhering to tradition? Oh my god, my ears. Oh my god, I need to turn that down. Thank you for the follow, Link Knight. Man, you know, I always forget about turning that down, because on my end, it blasts me every single time. Whew. English is the future. We must all supiku Inglishu. Oh, that's a great one. Okay, this one has an additional layer to it. So, the little bit of Japanese history, very little bit, because I don't have a great grasp on it. One of the first European nations that the Japanese opened up, well, not European nations, but European groups that the Japanese opened up to was the Dutch. So they all learned that, because they were all convinced that it was the language of the world, the language of power, the language of business, whatever, however you want to describe it. So as soon as they met the English and realized, well, the Americans and the English, and they realized that, oh, that's not quite the case, they all did a 180 immediately and started talking about how good English is. I really think this is funny.
I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Or only if the presence of a beautiful woman, huh? I'd read that weird. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I had to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Oh, she's smiling again. I saw that at the end. That's just an annoying language anyways. You can somewhat read what it says, but it's absurd. It is. Anyway, why she smile there at the end? Does she actually understand the language? I suppose it's possible. Anyway, what the heck is this line? They took the professor's gun. I need to read about that. Or, I need to hear about that. Tell me, please. Like I said, I did not shoot the gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yeah, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly... Oh, what do you say? That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. He got cut off. Oh, he's talking about the lady. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Tish, tish. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. Oh my, look at that. They gave her, how to say? Oh, there's a way to describe this. I don't know how to really describe it, but they gave her like a Spider-Man's mask, where the eyes emote with her, even though it's a mask. I really, really love it when they do this so much. It's such a great trait. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Anyways, you don't carry a gun yourself. I need to press on that one too.
Yes.
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's, all you did? You just asked her? You have a feeling she has a costume on? I know, the hair does look a bit fake, but you also have to remember that at this time period, it might just be fake. Like, not because of, like, nefarious purposes, because of, like, syphilis or something. I mean, that was the reason powdered wigs were really popular at the time, to my knowledge. Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman had clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or, there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that a refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Beep, 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 beep. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she is in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify in court today, of course. You know, she keeps mentioning this thing she had to do at the university. I wonder if that's the bit of evidence that the girl from earlier is going to grab for us. Also, she looks very menacing from this angle. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Okay, looping dialogue? Okay, yeah, give me a hint. So, she's maintaining you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm just exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from all around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. Actually, not really. I've been feeling the presence of the gallery a lot less in this game, because they don't cut to them at all. You're thinking that she might have been the girl from earlier? Seems stupid. I don't think she is the girl from earlier. I think the other one is just going to go fetch evidence to help us, because I'm still convinced that other girl is going to be our underage assistant who follows around this game, because every game has one of those. Though I suppose Ryunosuke could also be it, but he seems really confident. And while the other games have had confident assistants, they usually don't make it past the tutorial. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. Because the thing is, the way these games are structured and written, your assistant isn't supposed to do it for you. They're supposed to guide you in the right direction, and if you have a super overconfident assistant like this, he's going to do it for you. So I feel like it has to be the other girl, because she's the only one introduced so far that fits the qualifications. The first thing you do is press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. Do that, and the opening will present itself, I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Yes, we know. I did try to press them all. I guess I just didn't press all of them, did I? So I guess I need to press the first two, because I skipped those.
Yes.
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No, actually, it's called tea time. Very different. No. I'm sorry. I just noticed he said that in English. Oh, that's funny. An decisive English no has quite a sting to it. It really does. I love it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems, so it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Okay, this is the only one I haven't pressed yet, so let's see if there's something here that I missed. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hada Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with a witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here? Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Okay, then in that case, why did you, change the position of the plate? Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight.
So, the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. There's only one glass on the table. Also, I don't think carbonated water is a great thing to be drinking after medical treatment, like a dental treatment. I know he had permission for water, but I think having anything carbonated would just hurt. Oh, actually, he was on laughing gas. It wouldn't hurt. Anyway, it's very meaningful, yes. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Also, I really cannot wait for Naruhodo here to get more confident, because his desk slam lacks volume and intensity compared to Phoenix and Apollo and Athena. I can't wait for him to actually start slamming it, because he's going to. He 100% has to, just like his yes has to be swapped for an objection. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. Apparently it doesn't hurt a lot, at least according to your mom, who still drinks sparkling water. Oh, okay. I mean, I was just under the impression that it wouldn't be great, because I was advised not to. Because I actually had teeth pulled myself a long time ago. Because, when my adult teeth were growing in, two of them grew in... Well, not two of them. I forget what the exact situation was, but, two of my teeth were growing in a spot where they really, really weren't supposed to. Like, they were really high up on the gums. So I had to get those pulled. And I also had to get my wisdom teeth pulled as well. So I've experienced it twice. Though, admittedly, I didn't really even try to eat anything after because I was so out of it both times. Actually, with the wisdom teeth, like, a lot of times you hear stories about how people go really, really loopy after getting their anesthetic for the wisdom teeth pull. And in my case, it was a bit different, because I fell asleep on the way home, right? Because I had someone drive me. And when I finally woke up, something to note, I am tall, right? And because I'm tall, that also means I'm heavy, even at times where I'm, like, skinny. So they had to wake me up. They could not pick me up. Because I'm like the tallest one in my family, or at least immediate family. So the other issue is that they had to get me up the stairs, 2 flights of stairs actually. And the whole time I was doing that, I was laughing my head off. And the reason I was laughing, I remember, is because I kept drooling everywhere. Like, I couldn't feel my face at all, could barely control it, so I was just drooling all over the place and laughing every time it happened. It was apparently quite the experience. And then as soon as I hit the bed, I fell asleep. Yeah, so that's what happened with me. I don't remember it too much, but I do remember waking up and just laying in bed fully conscious for like 2 hours afterwards, though. Because it turns out, not being able to feel your face is very entertaining. I just sat there poking my chin and my cheeks over and over. It was really, really fun, actually. Which is really odd. But yeah, that's how that went for me. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Okay, anyways. There's only one glass of water, so we can go ahead and get rid of that. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd.
Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself.
Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you?
Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1.
Ah, you're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Oh, you had to go now? Alright, I'll see you later then. Bye-bye, Toadlet.
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Minutia, you say? Could it be the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless.
But there should have been 2 glasses on that table.
Oh my god, I just realized. Naruhodo, the reason he keeps, like, glancing over every time he, smacks the table, it's not because he's, like, nervous. It's because I think he's checking to see why it's not making the sound. Like, he's checking the spot he smacked. Is that what's going on? Oh, ooh, that's exciting. He's gonna smack the table at one point, and it's gonna make a really nice sound, and it's gonna come at the perfect moment. Oh, I can't wait.
But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1?
You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Oh, did one of them break then? Or is one of them being concealed in the dress?
Beep, 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 beep.
Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table.
What?
It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Oh, and you know, I just realized, I noted earlier that the reason it's carbonated water is because it can't be alcohol, like for rating reasons. But no, it is actually just carbonated water because you can't have alcohol. That makes sense then. Oh, good gracious! Well, I mean, she just proved that she can conceal a gun, right? By doing that?
Sorry.
Oh, that dress is beautiful. Look at that. We actually got to look at the bottom half of it. Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all.
Oh, please.
We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray?
That's absurd.
Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene.
Beep, 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 beep.
It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England.
So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already.
Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think that henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement?
Well, I don't know, really.
If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show it that it has some deeper significance.
Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance to that, it's
the handbag, because that's how she got the gun out.
Oh, wait. The lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. Oh, you didn't get the smack right that time. In which it would have been perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? He loves that word. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting... Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! When is the detail of the bullet not going all the way through going to be important? Because we had to get to that eventually. Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aoichi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosma? Look, he's coughing more. He has to have a bullet in him, right? Or at least a bullet hole in him. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Huh? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I have completely forgotten about. Oh, how convenient. This photographic print. Oh, it's transparent, I see. Or I guess it's not transparent, it's wholly. But what's that cut? Or, like, splotch on the corpse? And this print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. Now, as you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Oh, here's the thing. I still can't even tell if this guy's working in collusion with her or if he's just trying to do his job. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh. Man, he got blown back quite a bit. Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Oh, I kind of really want to know how this game was made. I wonder if there's a documentary on it. Because now that I'm realizing, they probably could have just had this whole court scene set up and had the whole thing running while recording all of the individual positions and then pieced together afterwards what they wanted. I mean, I don't think that's what they did, but if that's the case, that'd be really interesting. Because when you're dealing with something like this where the whole thing is taking place in one room with all the characters in the same spot the whole time, you could definitely take some unconventional methods for actually preparing it or rendering it. No, I mean, I guess rendering would be the right word here. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photograph print has just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Hold on. Before that, I want to take a look at it with my magnifying glass. Oh, it's a tattoo of a bull. That's odd. Okay, and can I see anything in here, or is this just a blurry zoom in? It's just a blurry zoom in. Okay, but why do they leave a bull tattoo? I mean, is it because he's English? I'm not sure. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Oh, hold on. Is this where our mystery piece of evidence comes in? The lady who went to the university to grab something? Is she gonna burst in? Tish, tish. I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Or nothing about the photograph. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Yeah, the bull tattoo. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems you'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Is Kazuma acting? I can't tell if he is or not. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered the... I hate... Come on, stop saying yes. He did it! He did the desk slam! Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make a ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This blatant straw clutching. Look at the photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can claim any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over, effective immediately. Oh my god, I just realized he has a ginormous gavel. I mean, it might just be the perspective, but that thing is like the size of his head. I love it. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. The tattoo.
Yes.
I don't know why it's significant, but it's there. Well, look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Oh, is that a burn? Not a tattoo? Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come up with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, that has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag. Oh, hold on. Is it a brand? Did he get branded as like a thief or something? Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it while he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoichi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Okay, hold on, let me look. Do I have anything that might make this mark? Not my pin, no. This is, no, not that. Nothing in this photo, no. The business card doesn't have that mark. The crime scene photo. Oh, it's the, okay, it's not a brand, necessarily. I mean, he got branded, but it was not like he got marked as something. He burnt himself on the plates of steak. You can see the bull mark there. But why? How did that happen? Beep, 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 beep. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up for any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. And what's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, and hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am. If we can just link that burn to this case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting door back open again. Man, the localization did a good job on their vocabulary choices, because there are a number of words here that I recognize them, but I don't use them, because I recognize them as being archaic. Just give up, counsel, or overly formal, either way, because those both apply here. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is a little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to this case, then would you allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates the inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did this victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn?
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Aha! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. That's... This emblem on the plate. In the victim's burn. Are exactly the same shape.
Okay, hold on. You know, I said earlier that I don't think he was branded, but he might have actually been branded by Le Carnival, because, I mean, there was an investigator here undercover investigating for probably a considerable amount of time. Maybe Le Carnival is like a front for something.
Ah!
Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on.
Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aoichi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why?
The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly.
But...
I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure.
Can you be more specific, Inspector?
Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at that restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. I mean, I guess he was still on the laughing gas, right? But it shouldn't... I mean, I did mention earlier that he's probably really on it because of the time period, but... I don't know, would they really go that route with it? No, I think he actually did get branded, due to something related to the investigation. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation.
But you're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
Oh, stop saying yes. Come on, you've almost got your together. You're just not doing the nervous thing anymore, you're slamming properly. Give me a good objection, please, please, please.
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for a whole 3 seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that.
And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it.
That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either.
What are you suggesting?
Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day...
That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel.
Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Aoichi?
Well, yes, I suppose. Wait, did you just call him Professor? Oh, Prosecutor. I'm sorry. Okay, that was my bad.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream?
The laughing gas, right?
I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, you don't think... Can it really be true? I never dreamed we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered a burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson hadn't noticed, or he was already deceased, one of the two. Yes, the professor, being as absent-minded as usual, was unaware of his hand falling onto the piping hot plate and didn't even notice the burn happening. You didn't even know the professor, and yet here you are labeling him as a bumbling scatterbrain. Okay, that wasn't it, because he was already dead. I didn't want to go with that one, because that seemed really extreme. Like, not extreme, like, that's a big jump in logic. Also, I don't really know how that would work. Okay, I guess my laughing gas theory was a bit off, then. Huh? How about I hold your wrist in a hot plate and we see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes? Perhaps the scream you let out will wake you up a bit. Well, it's nice that there's this frankness developing between us, partner. Don't call me partner after coming out with nonsense like that. This is a critical moment. It may very well be our only chance to turn things in our favor. So come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Or rather, you have to do it. You're the only one who can. Okay, fine. He was already dead. Bum. No man can remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes. It's the only possibility. If the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now is the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Aoichi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Oh. Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency... The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, is she going to show her face? No, not yet. She will eventually, though. We will get to see it. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean... I'd be delighted to help. Oh, she does speak Japanese. Okay, I figured that'd be the case. Because I a while ago, after she kept smiling, I kind of flipped on the whole idea that she might be neutral. She's very clearly antagonistic at this point. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. What? Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh yeah, she's an Englishwoman.
and from the 1800s. I kind of forgotten that aspect because of how goofy this game can be.
But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afforded us.
I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Oh, they are getting very interesting indeed. We finally get to speak to her face to face. That's nice. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Oh, proper testimony song. Okay, this is nice. I imagine we'll be hearing this one a ton. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possibilities of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. Well, I mean, poison seems to be a pretty clear thing, right? That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Oh, come on, Judge. I was praising you earlier. Don't be like this now.
Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Also, I'm so glad that earlier my idea of her cursing everyone out while speaking English kind of came true. But also, I find it very, very funny that she's just doing it straight to them in Japanese.
Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burns is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen.
Oh, of course you end it with an amen. I love that. Oh, she's great. I love her.
Thanks? Was that a prayer then?
Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. Wait, really? We're at the end already? Oh, I have so much more time, though. Oh, we can definitely start the next one. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on this case immediately. Is that clear? Oh, he's doing the face slap thing. Oh, who was it that did that before? I think it was Apollo, right?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, he's really coming into his own. Oh, look, he even looks confident in the, like the little bit where it shows his eyes. I don't know what you would call that. Now, let's see. You have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrists. When the waiter brought your steak, the professor and I raised your glasses in toast. As far as you heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. Let me see. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Huh. I don't know. Let me press this.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Oh, he's even remembering how to pronounce the words. I love him.
Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrists isn't going to kill us. And as there was no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullets from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Aoichi is right. Okay. In that case, the burn really is the key here, isn't it? I wonder what I have that could prove that, though. Yep, that's not going to be helpful here. This wouldn't be especially helpful here. I still think this is going to be relevant somehow, like the actual map. Because you can see the kitchen here has a straight shot. Photograph of the victim. He was shot dead from the front. Hold on, look at this line that we're looking at right now. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show you. Did she take the glass because it has poison on it? Oh. That's probably it.
Yes.
Without leaving a trace, if someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Taketsuchi Aoichi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Oh, hold on. I thought maybe I'd be able to, bring up the possibility of poison there. But I guess not. In that case, what do I do here? Maybe I present the medical report card, right? If I read these, does it give me anything new? No, this is the same thing as last time, so we can just skip it. So he must have been poisoned, right? I mean, yeah, I can't... If I zoom in, I can't read this still. And... yeah, no, she absolutely... This is absolutely a poison case. How do I prove it's a poison case, though? I mean, I have 5 points. I can just present both of these things. I can present this one because the bottle's in it. And I can present this one because the glass is in it. Let's present this one first, shall we?
Yes.
Oh, that's wrong. Let's see what he says when I get wrong. Well, what about the last statement made by the witness? It seems perfectly reasonable to me. Exactly. Perfectly reasonable in every way. Perhaps you should take a leaf out of the witness's book and learn to be more reasonable yourself. Alright. I just need to calm down and think everything through from the start again. Because I would love to show you. The next possibility would be the photograph of the handbag, right? Showing that you took the glass with you. And then the possibility after that would be the medical report card. Because you got...
Yes.
Okay, it's not this one. Okay, we'll try the report card next. I mean, I could just be chasing, like a nothingness. But I don't know, I really feel like this is what it wants me to do.
Yes.
No, none of those were it. Okay, fine. Huh. There is another way to take a man's life, yes. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. Oh, it's amazing how unhelpful this is, isn't it? It is. Oh, why can't we get a proper autopsy report? I think I might just have to keep pressing then. No other possible death at the gunshot. Here, let me press here then. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Excuse me? What just happened there? He got poisoned! Oh! That's why he's bleeding! So, because he's acting as a waiter, he offered to sample the wine. Or, not wine, it's carbonated water. But he offered to sample it, and he got poisoned as a result, but it was a small dose, so he's not actually dying. And then this is going to be our gimmick in this game. Instead of having, like, a supernatural ability, we just notice things, and he says, wait. Oh, okay, I get it now. That's interesting. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police might be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aoichi is finally starting to make sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before, when she said something that didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma? What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Oh, and this is why we have multiple witnesses on the stand at a time. It's not just so they can potentially talk over each other. It's so that we can do things like this. Okay. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Alright, back to the last statement, shall we?
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Okay, hold on. This is the same thing as last time. How do I swap to the other guy? Do I just have to wait until he does this thing?
Wait.
There! We saw it. How do I... Oh, wait, hold on. Did I do it beforehand? Yes, there it is again! Oh, okay. He's taking control. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter.
But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. This all has to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, look at this, a tutorial that's actually useful. Okay. But by moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information. Okay, that's an interesting mechanic. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker, and then focus on the detective, then pursue him, and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Ooh, I didn't use the D-pad. I used the stick. That was my bad. Oh, there we go.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Oh, that's a new one. What the? What's the meaning of... I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking about something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say... if there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Attention!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over, immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Oh, you messed up the slap. Yeah, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of a crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. To take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left inside the bottle. I can see it. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Ooh. I need to inspect that immediately. Let me see. Let's see. Is that a smudge? I see. Or is that just lighting? So, this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, no, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. No, no, you're right, sorry. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything inside this water? What's the matter? You've gone all quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Oh? Okay. Well, that is... I think that's all I needed from that. Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man... Oh, wait. Okay, same thing. Let's see. Yes, I can show you, actually. I have the bottle now. And on the topic of bottles, I just finished my drink. So I might have to go get that, get a refill soon. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from the bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? No. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Jezzael Brett, it was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence, you little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations can jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on... Oh. Oh, we're about to see your face, aren't we? It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. Oh, I always forget he like screams when he finishes that. Oh, hold on, we have a bot. And bop, 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 bop. Where's my dashboard? There it is. Bop the bot. Be on. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I order tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Okay, so that's a problem, because actually, first of all, she's not from this country. She could have more poison.
Second of all, you could have just tested it on an animal. And also, the big thing, the glass is probably what the poison is in. That's the oldest trick in the book. No! No! I'm very grateful to you, all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Oh, hold on. In that case, is the mystery evidence that we're going to get that to help us is going to be the glass? Is that it? Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Oh? Okay. Also, once again, I really need to point out, I love her dress. Oh, new character. New character. It's the lady from earlier. Please, wait. Huh? Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. Hold on. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go. She appeared like a bolt of lightning. Okay, you know, never mind. I was trying to count that, because that's a bit, it felt like odd line. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Okay, I guess he's just narrating right now. Oh, is he like recounting these events then? Is that what's happening? Oh, it's a to be continued. Okay, hold on. I'm going to stand up and stretch for a second. Oh. Hold on. So that... Okay, I sound a bit far away from the mic because I am. But, maybe we won't get to the next part of the, maybe we won't do the next episode today because it is actually turning out to be a bit longer than we thought it would be. Now, I do want to pass more time, so we might poke our head into it for a second. But I'm really interested in how this is going so far. This is definitely one of the best starting chapters we've had in the entire series. I think the third game and the fourth game are really the only ones that compete, right? Because where does the sixth game open up? I don't remember. Oh, actually, you know what? The sixth game does compete. Okay, well, you know, we have a total of 4 really good first trials so far. But no, this definitely is high up there. I think I'd have to actually review the other ones to determine where it places. Anyway, hello, Mikotoba. I don't remember your first name. Now, let's see. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense. But why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. No, it hasn't. Shut up. Shut up. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency... I am most grateful. Oh, hello. Oh, you are 100% my assistant. You are standing in the perfect spot. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time.
Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something. Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. Huh? The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, or whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Oh, is that the new poison? Or like a new medicine that's being used as a poison? Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you! Okay, I need to get a look at that. Goodbye, then, and good luck. Oh, yes, thank you. Very much. Okay, now, let me read that, Oh, hold on, we don't actually have a whole other page. Oh, I thought the UI was going to maybe expand so we got a new page of evidence, but no. Just hold less in total. Let me see what this says. Synopsis: a poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blow dart pipe. A wound. Was he already wounded when he came in? Oh! The tooth getting pulled. That's where the wound is, right? Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxic could have an application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or the patient would die of suffocation. Understood. You have had long enough, counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now, one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Honor, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid... It's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett, but it seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask that you treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is the new evidence that demands the court's attention?
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. Oh, what? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as Curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to an instant death. What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I meant that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curer.
They could have fed it to something. I'm just saying. That would identify poison.
Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What?
Order! Order! Council, does this deadly poison truly exist?
According to the report authored by the visiting research student from England, Curer has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows.
Oh, this is Cosmos talking. As a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists.
To lace their arrows?
The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep within the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with Curer suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and the other diners would have surely noticed.
That's true. What do you have to say to that, Inspector?
Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't even notice the professor in any kind of pain.
According to this, however, it's the other way around.
What do you mean, the other way around?
The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Curer was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. The moment the toxin enters a person's body, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair underneath him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed.
But I don't follow, Cosima. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death.
The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control the respiration to fail.
Respiration?
In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move.
That's hideous.
To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Curer poison. Oh? Total silence? Are they all in shock? And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
And this is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison, for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense.
Ahem. If I may.
All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you...
It is you who must be taught.
Oh, of course, my lady.
Or dear lady, this time.
So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What? You steal another's honest hard work, and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Barrett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever you do, you mean. Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny?
Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh, she's gonna drink it, isn't she? Because it's in the glass.
Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Oh, is there gonna be, like, an actual cutscene for drinking it? Oh, pretty much, yeah. Oh, how fancy. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry. To an Englishwoman, such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Oh, wait, no, hold on. She doesn't even need to... Like, even if it is poison, it's fine, because you're not supposed to drink it. Cheers! Objection, objection, do it now, right? Do it. No, she drank it all! Wait, what are you doing? Oh. Did she just dispose of the evidence? I hope there's some left. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Yeah, I hope she didn't just dispose of it all. Right? There has to be some left, right? Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean, is what you're saying. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in the grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to be some poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Read the book, please. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We've all the clues now. That bottle of water. Oh, let me read it. Okay, I'll double check the book before I present the bottle. Or like the glass. Let's see. Poison enters the body through a wound. She is not wounded in the mouth. See, here's the issue. This is like a 50-50. Because there's two ways you could say it. You could say that either the glass she stole had the poison in it, or the bottle does have it and is just, it needs to be in a wound. The culprit did put curare poison in Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There is no possible way the bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. Oh, that's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask that you support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed? Her own report. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. Actually, there is someone here that can speak English. They can probably read it, too. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct us to a pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? It's special... What was the title? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this Cuiraire poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh? Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. To lace the heads of their arrows, they shoot at the prey, whatever the prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were used to lace these arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, that's a good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat the prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel! No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see. That makes sense. Yeah, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When the Cuiraire enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Oh, what? Miss Brett, you authored this research, you knew Cuiraire's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, the swan is alive. Rapscallion! Oh, and her mask transformed as well. I love that. Well, Ryunosuke, as it turns out, you're an even better lawyer than I thought you to be. Really? Me? A lawyer? All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Cuiraire is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of gastric sucus. Yeah, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are those? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Oh, that's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Well, he had the wound in his mouth from having the tooth pulled out. Order! Order in the court, order! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Ooh! Hey, first yawn of the stream. Yes, this Cuiraire poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Oh? What is this? Welling up inside me. I've never felt like this before. Oh, is it an objection? Oh, please tell me an objection is welling up. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Objection! Yes! Oh, yes. Oh, that feels good. Finally. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curare?
Take that!
Oh, he has to take that as well. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Oh, you're so good. I love you. Thank you. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there's a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of the Curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So, that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh? Oh, wait, hold on. Did she actually just put it in the glass then? Or is it empty? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Really? Really? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is this? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed the bottle. And in the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid you never know. We'll never know now, will we? If there was poison in the bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at the photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
No! You killed the victim that day, using Curare. And then, in order to frame Ryosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor. And before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit the crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. Huh? What? A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke. Yeah? We've come this far, but now... Now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. And in my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Oh? Oh? Oh! Okay. Is this going to be his personal trait? That, like, the one thing that gives him a huge advantage over other people? Because all the previous protagonists had something like that. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Hold on, can I look at the photo? Is that there? It's not. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha, you always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while that something feels off in my memories from that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here, somewhere here. A clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must be. It's the blood, because the blood wouldn't be here because there's no exit wound. Unless he was facing the other direction. Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes. Oh, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about the bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day. Wait a minute! Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. And what memory? I saw the scene shown in the photograph print with my own eyes that day. And I saw on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at this photograph, and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made its way onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite to the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. Oh, as you were, Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon. This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career on the police force has been leading to. Inspector? You mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now. Ooh, it's getting heated up. I love this. Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate for the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Oh. Sorry for the delay. Here is what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Oh, I don't see blood on it. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible. I know what I saw, I'm sure of it. Hold on, let me compare it to the photo. Handle opposite side of the bowl. Yeah, that's correct. Wait, no, that is correct. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on that side of the plates. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Tisk, I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Oh. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I would love to examine it again. I think they might have just turned over the wooden part of the plate. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Maybe not. Oh, no, it can't be on the other side. Yeah, and it looks like this... Oh, I don't see it. I really don't. Can I separate these two? The coin! Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Huh, this isn't the first time today that someone's talked about a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swines, but I've never heard of a bullion in a bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Okay, well, we have our hint. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Uh-huh. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of the evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal a shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is a new clue to be found? It's underneath the beef. Huh? Oh wait, hold on, we've read this line. Yeah, no, okay, skip that. We read it. Now, I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. And it's from the Hoei era, too. Okay, hold on. This is the wrong button. I need to actually present it.
Got it.
Good. Good gracious! That's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoei era one at that. Hold on, is this... This is... The plates got swapped. I was wondering why she would steal it. This isn't her plate. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat. That could simply have been the careless mistake of the chef in the moment of the distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this just turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of this Koban that was found underneath the beef steak is Kiryu Kurikuta. Oh, I already read that now. The antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiryu Kurikuta-san. Kuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure! Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin! Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please, why would Kurikuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plates? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurikuta-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Oh man, I love this trial. It's so good. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's the key element to the case. Oh, hold on, is that another to be continued? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Oh, we just have 4 people on the stand now. Oh, that's kind of crazy. Ooh, okay. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get up and stretch for a second. Ugh. Man, we have been doing. Oh, you know what? I have not been drinking my water. I mean, I ran out of my other drink. But yeah, no, I've been ignoring the water this whole time. I really should drink that, shouldn't I? That would be a wise decision, I would think. Let me grab that too while I'm standing up. Here it is. Water.
There we go. Now, back to the game. What is this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for my little baby Ido? When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves.
Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence.
Be that as it may, Kurakuta-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this
Yes, that's it. That one, the very exact same one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous Hoei treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped?
Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat's juice.
Is it sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously?
Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose.
Well, somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing?
Excuse me. Could I say something?
Yes, of course.
Oh, hold on. I had to clear my nose for a second. I'm good. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case.
Ah, yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation.
La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected.
So that's why you're sent in undercover, is it?
Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So, unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already at the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Kurakuta-san's Koban is all too clear.
What? What?
I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on the matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Kurakuta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Well, hold on. Okay, so this is an interesting one, because it could be Nosa, right? Because they were sitting at the same table. That would make sense. It could be Giselle, but it also could be Wilson, because those two had a habit of coming here every day for lunch. But who would I suspect more out of these three? I think the safe option is to just say it's Nosa, right?
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iesa Nosa. Oh, how? How dare you monster? Monster? I stole the Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet. But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. Whoa, the baby is so shocked and betrayed. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Ugh. Oh. Oh, hold on. Is it actually the truth? Okay, no, it's not. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Yeah! Oh. Oh, hold on. Is the baby not actually a baby? Oh? A Nippon Imperial Admiral, Sergeant Ieza Nosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Okay, no, it is just a baby, and he was actually just using it as an excuse. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, yep, go ahead, push the baby away. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation, owing to the recently ended conflicts, remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranked soldiers to make a living, yes. And all I want is a bit of hot meal on the table for my son. And that's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? And the place is heavy with money, or heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for our targets. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man in his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it underneath the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. There's a problem with that, though. Because it was not your steak that was presented, it was the other person's steak, Brett's. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetuated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Oh. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all the questions concerning this witness's testimony has been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. No. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't work out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry. You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Oh, wait, Miss Brett. What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there was a massive contradiction. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. If Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory, where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? And it's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Huh? I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Notice what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at the steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks here. Ah! Oh! Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and a fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Oh, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything to... I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Oh, of course, my dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications that those teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now, at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seemed to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that those barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence. How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. It hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't exist. That is absurd. The trial has run several hours already, and you say there's evidence that's yet to be brought forward? That can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't. But there is someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit that piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery in this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request for the defense of this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth of this whole affair? I think it's Hosonaga, right? Because he has the other plate, probably? He said that earlier.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak, and as well as admitting to stealing Korakuta-san's coin, he told us he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, cadet. I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something inside it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take the bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal a coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. No, you don't mean... You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So, when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Get down. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you, so yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my military uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve this evidence, you had taken both. That's correct. Then, please, present to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot. What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. Oh, I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me.
The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you waiting. There's the blood. Oh, I see it. Here is the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible. Look! Now, this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table, with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh, is it breakdown time? Breakdown? I think it is. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. Whoa! Oh, the swan's actually tied down. I didn't notice that until just now. I can't scream very well, especially not in a female voice. Sorry, but... Oh, wait. Oh, there's chicks in there. Oh, there's a dark one, too. Oh, and there she goes. We never get to see her face. What a astonishing breakdown. We have a little friend now. Oh, so does he. Oh, so does everyone. We all have little friends now. Oh, they're going to disappear in the next shot, though, aren't they? Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life, using Curer. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So, you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. Oh, she's just giving it all up, huh? I mean, I know that's kind of the standard a lot of the time. But I wonder why. Tell me your motive. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan in the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man.
I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curer in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Yeah, but why did you do all this? Are you not going to give me your motive? So, there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. That's hardly a misdemeanor, ma'am. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. It's all ending very calmly. Thank you. Good day, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Is she apologizing in advance for going to get off? Get off scot-free? Oh, she just fades away. Huh. That was a very calm ending. We didn't even find out what her motive was. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takesushi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. You'd better start getting used to this tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Oh, yes? This insult to the Aoichi family name will never be forgiven. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh, you gonna draw the sword? It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Anyway, I assumed then that... the top knot. Oh, now he has the weird long hair that Young Pain had. Please go bald soon. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aoichi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Yeah, I was about to say, so our boy is in fact the ancestor of Phoenix Wright. Just needed to get that confirmation, because with that line about never forgiving him, like the whole clan. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. But thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you.
Is he going to give me the chance to do it? No, he's not. I understand, Your Excellency. Oh, hold on. That mission is kind of an ominous statement. Does he have some secret purpose in going there? What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes. In you, I sense... How can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, close up. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Is there gonna be confetti? Oh, okay, not confetti, but we have petals. That's nice. That's nice. Also, Pain, or I keep calling him Pain because I know him as, but seeing him stuck in his expression of shock and despair is quite amusing. The court is now adjourned. Okay. Now hold on. We are going to take a brief break while I go to the washroom. We are not done yet. So I will be back in maybe 1 minute if I had to guess. See you then. And I am back. Like I said, it wouldn't take that long. Now then, back to the game. Oh, wait, hold on, you put the game screen back on. Game screen, there it is. Hello. You know, we're almost done. I might as well just sit down for this part. There we go. Nice and comfy. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ryunosuke! You finally pulled it off. Congratulations! Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Oh, no. It was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra-large sukiyaki from the place on University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to the both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had the research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university to investigate. Your father? Oh, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on council proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh, no. It is I who should be thanking you. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend.
A good friend? Oh, yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Miko Toba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Huh? Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and, of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pots. Okay, wait, hold on. Am I getting something wrong here? Melting pot. That is a... I've only ever heard melting pot used to describe the United States. And I know that the base, not the, like the other games, they, how to say? Anytime they say they would say the United States, they like in reference to a foreign area, they usually substitute it with somewhere in Europe. So is something weird happening with this one as well? Or is they just choose melting pot for some reason as the descriptor? I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. Wait, no, it has to be Great Britain, because they talked about a specific treaty in tea time and such. Okay, well, I guess they just chose melting pot for some reason. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. And cuts down anything that's in my way. Yeah, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Yeah, they didn't resolve that. Because she had that weird ominous line about maybe not getting punished severely. And also, she never talked about her motive. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What's Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Oh, wrong person. Inspector Hosonaga? Or Hosonaga? It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes. In normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't convoke a consular court just like that. No, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but that doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So, Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking the case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start by having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. But you're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Yes, thank you. Oh, is that the end? So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. See, that's what I've been wondering about. Why did she kill him? Right? That's a pretty important thing. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Oh, I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but think that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, you can't be serious. If I had helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. No, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. And that's the point. Sorry? What do you mean that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and whether to stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose is to believe in, even then. Well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client, huh? Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it, through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. Really. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... you're still here, are you? Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yes, that too.
Oh, that seemed ominous. He got cut off. Is he not going to be able to tell me about it again? Don't tell me he gets killed. Or is he going to pull a Mia and die second chapter? So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help of and support of these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Is this favor that I go in place of him? Oh, that's the end. No, no, no. We're taking a peek into the next chapter. We're absolutely taking a peek into the next one. Oh, that was so good. Look at that. 5 hours on one chapter? The tutorial chapter, nonetheless. That's really good. That's definitely the longest one of the bunch. I loved that. Hold on, let's see. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Bent. That's a boat. We are going, right? His favor is that we go in his place. It has to be, right? Come on, let me take a peek. Are we gonna get another narrated cutscene? If so, I'll shut up. Okay, I'll be quiet.
Small, dark room. Sholmes and I waited with.
Oh, it's Herlock Sholmes. Sorry, I had to mention that. I know that
From
name.
the ventilator, a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating.
Oh, and it's Wilson instead of Watson. That's good. I love the legally distinct characters.
The room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Wait, so is this chapter going to be about a snake on a boat? January 9th, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Buria. I don't remember what day the last one was happening on. Was it like in November? So it's been a few months. What's that?
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Oh, advanced technology.
What events?
This is advanced technology.
Murder.
Or I guess steampunk. Steampunk.
The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a room mystery.
Oh, locker room mystery? That sounds fun.
In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor.
That's upside down. I couldn't read it. It was too fast.
With the ink from this upset bottle.
Yeah, these are all logical deductions so far.
Word.
Oh, it was in Russian. That was the issue.
And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary.
Oh, is he just going to do all the work for me right now?
Evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What the heck is that? Oh, he really has steampunk like technology. That's kind of.
This paper was placed
Oh.
just prior to the incident.
Does he have like luminol or something?
Self, I would venture.
And thermal goggles. What?
What have we here?
This guy is amazing. Absurd even.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Wait, hold on. It's gonna be me, isn't it?
Sight.
It's gonna be my boy Naruhodo sitting in the closet.
Side.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
It has to be Naruhodo, right?
You don't mean the culprit?
Also, no. He just showed the evidence that it couldn't be me because there's a seal on the door
And where have you come
that wouldn't have stuck unless it was applied from the outside after it was closed.
Detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard.
Oh, in that case, this is our detective for the game. I was wondering if it was gonna be the other guy. Okay, so yeah, so I was right. The lady is our assistant, and then here's our detective. I guess it makes sense for not to meet our detective in the first chapter. We didn't meet Gumshoe until the second chapter. My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Am I gonna wake up in the locked room? No. Oh, I did, actually. Wait. I can't move. Oh, handcuffed. Heavy handcuffs, too. What the? Why am I handcuffed? So, you wake up now, Oh, this is the sailor. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then. Da, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found, it is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh, hold on. I thought that was Herlock. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Usato? Wait, what did you say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh, Kazuma didn't tell me to go in his place. He asked me to go with him, I see. Ha! You pretend not to know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us that you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs. Surely you don't think that I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Okay, it's been hold on. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha 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 ha! Oh, don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was gonna die. Ah, yes. I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself into my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant, Miko Toba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we should confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew that what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yeah, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in it, and then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what.
Why don't you write keep out or something on the piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be on our adventure to England together. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. And don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer? No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said it before. You said you would admit everything about the crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san? Please tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try and find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? I think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to this cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? I mean, there's a vent right there. Or to put it another way, the culprit could only have been someone inside the cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. I mean, he could have been killed from outside the cabin. If it's like a gas. The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Okay, well, definitely sounds like he was poisoned then. Is it going to be another poison case? Can't anyone tell me what actually happened here in the cabin? I don't understand. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably, that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... Also, he has a very nice cabin, I must say. He would always wake up before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at the cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... there was Kazuma-sama, who collapsed on the floor. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but... oh, I skipped a line. But... that's just so very hard to believe. This is all very hard for me to believe too, trust me. Now, I've told you everything that I know. So it's my turn to ask you a question. Yeah, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhiro-san? You said you had something before about being... you said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would have been impossible, no. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Did he suspect he would get killed? Kazuma, why do you want to do this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Wait, maybe he was terminally ill and he knew about it? Susato-san, I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect that he was trying to protect me, to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, actually, yeah. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night in here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, so just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. After that, I, fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed. Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? I mean, it looked like there was quite the scuffle in here. I wouldn't doubt if he got hit in the head. Or maybe we just went over some rough waters. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Also, it really does look like we went through some troubled waters, because all of the stuff that's fallen over has fallen in the same direction. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I want to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me.
Hiya! Oh, she just threw me. Or flipped me, rather. It can be both. What the? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... What do I have in my pocket? The paper seal. Yep. That'll do it. Because he had to stick this over the doors. Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I had to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes, it was. I remember quite clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there. And just in case the cabin steward or some other crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside. The doors on my own, could I? Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Of course, of course. Oh, hold on. Hold on, I'm gonna try and pop my fingers. Oh yeah, look at that. Good pop, good pop. Also, we're gonna be ending soon. Well, in light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating it here at least. Thank you. So, you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What do you think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Okay. I shall be watching you to make sure you don't do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. She really does think I'm a magician. Well, anyway, I guess I should start investigating here. Examine everything that I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. But alas, that vengeance will not be coming today. Because, like I said, that's the wrong one. Like I said, we were just taking a peek. We're not actually doing the whole thing today. So, with that being said, thank you all for tuning in. This has been Seek of the Scuffed. I will see you all tomorrow. Probably, if I had to guess, for Dark Souls 2. And I am signing off. Goodbye. See you all tomorrow at this time.